Yo, what's up, Menzi? I saw that video. Didn't really show much, but getting closer and closer. So these are the bottleneck, huh? How about a Lucas? Yeah, no worse shit. Oh, BA1? Fuck yeah. Thank you. Yo, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Well, I guess I should have asked if you're NA or U, but I guess we'll find out. And it looks like NA. Woo, let's go, baby. Mr. Orfs. Is that Danny? No, it is too. God, Danny hit top 100 last season. Reset still on cooldown. Oh. Fuck, what are they called again? Oh, they were shit. Pearl Abyss needs to take a look at their Steam charts and see that, like, they're either not releasing content often enough, or when they release content, there's not enough content being released. Because you just see this trend every 6 months where the ball comes around, people are hyped, People are playing, people are coming to the game, people are coming back to the game. And then it just depletes. And then they're like back to square one right before the next ball. I feel like they need to release just a bit more. With how hard they've been trying to work on catching console up, though, I can't imagine them doing that this ball. Why am my FPS so low? The hell? I gotta restart my client. Your only subscriber? Shit. You're my hero. You're the GOAT. $100 million bottles washed up on the shore.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't do skid you don't do skid you want don't do skid you could you could don't do skid you don't do skid you want don't do skid you could.
OK, 12,345,678 gifted a tier 1 sub to Lord Menzies. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Yo, look at that. Menzies. You better say thank you. You better bend over. Show this man some appreciation. I need to replace the Zeth gank emote. That used to be useful, but these days, not so much. No point getting rid of it till we have replacements, so I really should work on my emotes. Thanks for sharing. Maybe you should spend less time eating ass. What my damage? Why does my damage seem so ass right now? Yo, what's up, John? Good morning. Yeah, there's no reason to use anything else, Alex, for PV. You can't CC mobs, and every other core we have is a CC, right? Maybe Tungrad's the only place where you could consider like a core lightning prison. I know you used to do that, but I don't know if that's still a thing after they changed it. Oh shit. Why is my AP so high? Oh, I was absorbed. But I can't wait till I can actually just use a new elk stone. I hate the fact that I put my fucking splendid stone in my inventory for this bullshit. Although I guess this is largely self-inflicted since I am using PvE, or sorry, XP crystals. Oh, is I not fast enough? I guess not. One second, chat. I want to check something. If you type !sageguide, there's a great guide there that will have all the information that you want. As add-ons, crystals, different combos. Super, super useful. Almost any question you might have regarding Awakened Sage will be answered in that guide. Oh, I am excited for Guild League, yeah. I probably won't get into a ton of games because of my schedule, but I love watching the boys play. I love when I do get in there. The only thing that has me very unexcited about Guild League is the fucking rock meta. It's gonna end up being just a ton of people running fucking rock. That's about it. So I'm hoping they resolve that, the rock meta, with the Calpheon ball, or with the Hydel ball, or Calpheon, yeah, Calpheon. What am I saying, Hydel? Hydel's in June. Because people are just getting tankier and tankier, right? As their armors get higher and higher, like, it's crazy to think, but, like, back when we had full TED armors, I mean, I'm now full pen armors. That's effectively 20 more DR and 20 more evasion I have now. And it's just gonna get worse. That's a pen cadre over what we used to have last Guild League, right? Assuming you were gear capped then. Yo, what's up, Dead Octopus? Probably one of my oldest regular viewers these days. So yeah, I hope that they resolve all the DR problems. Evasion's not as much of a problem at all, because it's super easy to counter.
Have you ever had
I was a teenager when you played PlanetSide, now I'm 31. Holy fuck. God damn, dude. We are completely different people than we were then.
Smiley face.
I don't actually have an issue with evasion being counterable. I think these things should be counterable. It's just there isn't a proper counter for DR, because AP is supposed to be the counter for DR, but they gave out... You can get so much DR that it's the exact opposite. If somebody's running 0 accuracy, evasion's actually reasonable tanky, but as soon as they put on any accuracy, then it's rough, right? But I think that's fine. That's perfectly fine, right? If people build to counter you, you should be countered. But you can go as much AP as possible, consumables and everything, and these DR builds are still just fucking tank gods. Even on some of the highest AP classes in the game, like Awakening Sage, I have an absurd amount of AP. I can't imagine what classes without AP do, right? There's just nothing. There's nothing for them to do against DR. And there's only 2 ways to solve this. Either nerf DR or buff AP. And if you buff AP, then the iframe classes and range classes go super crazy. So I think you just gotta nerf DR. I do think that the AP trade-off is too harsh on defensive crystals, though. There needs to be good alternatives, and they need to counter each other equally, right? Like, they need to cancel each other out. If one person is wearing an accuracy crystal and one person's wearing an evasion crystal, then the accuracy crystal should cancel out the evasion crystal and they should both drop the same amount of AP. So this way, right, it's just net neutral. And then there should be an equivalent with DR as well. They could probably slightly buff the accuracy or AP crystals and then, you know, put a big nerf on the DP ones. I know, we'll see. The Calpheon Ball usually has some pretty massive changes, so... You know, but they've been saying that DP crystals have been on their radar for a while. You know, since the Heidel Ball, right? It's been 6 months. Surely them nerfing wands and bonds wasn't their idea of dealing with it. Don't get me wrong. Those needed to be nerfed as well because of how cheap they are. They shouldn't have been as good as they were, but... that wasn't the primary problem. It's not even like Djinns are expensive, right? Relative to bonds and wands they are, but in the grand scope of how much we're investing in our gear, Djinns are dirt cheap. How's the XP at the new region? Is it better than Underground Gyfin? Gyfin got nerfed a long time ago. When they put the 5% AP caps, it's not that they nerfed the XP at Gyfin, it's just you can't kill even remotely as fast there as you used to be able to. So, you know, it was kind of an indirect nerf to the XP there. So yeah, most people are grinding either Darkseeker. Darkseekers I think is the best XP now. And then like this, Tenebrom and Orbita are probably the next three. Not necessarily in that order, but they're all three of them are pretty close to each other. We're about to get a new Gyfin though. It was leaked, whether intentionally or by accident. But it looks like it's going to be like a 2 or a 3-man spot or something. So I hope that's not the case. I wanted a solo Gyfin. They should make Mirmok a group spot, but what you going to do? You're trying to go from 66 to 67? Yeah, grind out here or Darkseekers and then hit the dummies every night. That's the best way to do it. And most of the XP you get will be from hitting the dummies. Almost everybody who's like above level 66 has got most of their XP from dummying. Also, if you have the gear, grind with XP, amplified XP artifacts, right? It's plus 500%, which is effectively almost triple the amount of XP you get while grinding. But you gotta have the gear to do it. Which is super easy. If you go to Darkseekers, right, it's super easy to have the gear to grind there with XP artifacts. Where here, you gotta be a bit of a gear lord. The add-ons are outdated on the guide? I doubt that. I mean, he updates it regularly. PvE add-ons, let's see. No, they look fine to me. What's wrong with having minus 20 DP? I don't understand. Oh yeah, so it's the same thing. They just changed the name, but it's still the same thing. But yeah, DP and damage reduction are the exact same thing. No, that's incorrect. DP can include evasion. That doesn't mean it always does. If you're gonna say technically, make sure you're actually being technical, Menzies. And oh, I'm hella sassy. And you keep pushing me, I'ma get zesty. You don't want to see that combo. Axe chocolate body spray straight Zoid vibes? I don't even know what the hell that means. I used Axe body spray once as a teenager because somebody bought me some for Christmas. I'm an Old Spice kind of guy, but I don't use body spray. I just realized we didn't get many debos yesterday. Is that the same animations as the ghosts from Ash? The Zephyr Shadow Knights? Yeah, they're similar to the Barnes, I think they were called. Speak for yourself. You guys are my collection of enemies. The only enemy we all have is age. Quit playing. I do a decent job at taking care of my body. How about you? I might be older, but I might be destined to live longer anyways. Gravity's also a problem. Yeah, it can be for sure. You eat well but don't move much? Oh. I do about 3 hours of exercise a week. Spread out over the course of the week. You could probably say technically more than that, but I'm only including like the times where I'm actually like the intent is to exercise. Obviously, there are times where I'm doing things just normally that I don't count, but are considered exercise. Like when I take the dogs for a walk or just go for walks in general. But I don't count that, because that's just shit I like doing anyways. Although that's going to be happening a lot less now that it's fucking winter again. That's mainly a summer thing. My dogs hate it when it's cold, and that means I definitely walk less. I should probably up the amount of exercise I do here at the house for the winter time to make up for that. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. That sounds awesome. Are you guys hoarding your Caphras now like me? I decided to start holding onto my Caphras. Not that I have many, but just in case there's some new use for them. It does seem like an item that they're going to want to keep relevant for a while. Everything to get a deck ring? Okay. Two to 3 weeks from Herald sitting on the market. I think they're already sitting on the market on EU, aren't they? We might be closer to that. Closer than that, to be honest. Yeah. The thing is, people don't need a lot of heralds, right? And more people able to grind here. Kind of destined to be doomed, that market. Kind of destined to be doomed. Okay, now I'm destined to be doomed. We're about to die. I wasn't in a fort guard. Ooh, goddamn, that was so close at 1,000 HP.
Is that the end? Let's go!
Yo, Nesweet, thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? Thank you so much for that. This happens a lot to me here? Yeah, I don't get it. Oh, it definitely happens to other people. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. It's only at this grind spot, which is odd. Yo, good morning, Dodo. $15 p.m. Holy shit. Yeah, you were talking about that yesterday. Another little dibbo here. Yo, what's up, Cooked? I think he does eventually, but it's just not worth waiting if you miss it. Oh, if you miss it 2 times, will he not throw it again? Oh, I don't know. You shouldn't even be missing it once. If you're missing it 2 times, then you probably shouldn't be grinding Olins. Sounds like you're significantly undergeared for the spot. How are the circles today? Oh, they're okay. Couple debos, but nothing really huge. People should be banned from drilling in an apartment. I mean, I guess it depends how much. How much are they drilling? Or more importantly, when? Yeah, time of day. If it's between like 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., I'd say that's fine. I mean, people want to improve their shit, right? Hopefully that's what they're doing, right? But if they're doing it like before 9 a.m. and waking people up, or because if you're sleeping in past 9, that's your own fault. You shouldn't be sleeping that long. Unless for some reason you work the night shift, but you can't expect everybody to accommodate you. Oh, I just realized my church buffs ran out. Yo, what's up, Medozen? Did he quit BDO? No, he just something came up and he can't do Mondays anymore. And he was just coming on his alt account anyways. So we were thinking about moving it, but then we would have to do it at the end of the week, and if there ever came time where like if the nice thing about doing our bosses on Monday is if something happens and like let's say somebody is unable to show up last minute, right? There's lots of time to reschedule. Where if we would have changed to accommodate the new schedule, we would have been doing it at the end of the week, and it would have left us like 2 days to reschedule, which means, you know, the likelihood of us end up missing a week would be significantly higher. The thing, the thing that makes it hard to reschedule later in the week too, is getting a fill-in becomes increasingly more difficult because most people by then that are willing to do it or want to do it have already done it, right? So not only do you have less time, but there's a significantly smaller pool of players to fill in as well. I don't know why I fucking like that one so goddamn much. Damn, this is kind of early for you, Dragor. What's the occasion? I am not on Arsha, no. No, I don't feel like PvPing. I feel like just getting my grind on. Might go back to sleep, who knows? Ooh. Dragor. Damn. What are you farming? You just farm silver. That's what you do in BDO. Yeah. Now I get to make a comment. Duke's living in Dragor's head so rent-free that every day Dragor has to try to distract himself from it by drawing attention somewhere else. Classic case of projection. Good one, thank you. It wasn't meant to be funny though. Just the sad truth. It's why you've been sleeping in so much lately. The pain of reality is too much. You're still licking your wounds. Shit, I keep forgetting to pop my church buffs. Until your new main comes out? Savior. How do you get the campfire? I don't even know what you're talking about, campfire. You just gotta wait. Dragor, Sork's getting some buffs next week. You might not have to re-roll for your flavor of the month. What do you mean, who says that? It was on Global Lab. Did you not read Global Lab? Thork, Velk, and a couple other classes are getting buffs next week on Global. Oh, the tent. Money, baby. You pay money. That's another thing that should be sellable in the central market. Make it more accessible to free-to-play players. Yeah, the free tent is kind of doo-doo. Yeah, I did the Savior pre-registration. They should honestly do a tent treasure item. Like, I can't imagine in the grand scope of their revenue that people buying a one-time tent really generates them a lot of money compared to everything else. They should have at least, like, an alternative that, like, once you played the game long enough, there's a way to get it. Even though it'll be significantly unlikely that somebody will wait that long, at least for the free-to-play players who are committed to the game and still play, there's a way for them to earn it at the later game. Yes, you have to spend real money on it. Damn, doing pretty good with demos today. Might do another sandwich like I did yesterday for lunch. That shit was really good. Here we go, yeah. Well, it's about that time of the day again. They got chicken wings for dinner too, Drager. Gonna have a nice little salad and some chicken wings. I do all my food planning for the whole day early on. Must be cold outside today. My feet are a little chilly. Could probably find two classes to tag together that are on the opposite end of the buff cycle. Oh, I'm not. No, I should. I should put Quendai up. Because I think he's streaming it, right? Good call. Wait, why is it showing like a Discord drop? Wait, is my extension not automatically claiming drops? Let's see. Oh shit. Oh, what's up, Mr. 69, if that even is your real name?
Zetis is Estian, Zeth says, Zes says, Zes says, Zes says, Zes says, Zes says, Zesula la la how la 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 on and on.
Yeah, no one does RBF. RBF is kind of bit. I just don't get a lot of time to play in the evenings. And when I did have time to sit down and play in the evenings, I'd try to play some Solaire. I'm surprised you don't do more Solaire. Why don't you do Solaire? Oh, placements don't matter. Placements are exactly that. It gets your foot in the door. That's not really doing Solaire. Reconnection problems? Oh, getting DC'd in games? That's understandable then. What's wrong with your internet? Why is it so inconsistent or unstable? Yeah, that's a perfectly good reason not to do it. I'll be honest, I expected you to give some other excuse, but that's actually a perfectly reasonable one. I'm kind of pissed. Wait, you're playing on Wi-Fi? Oh, that sucks. Why would you do that to yourself? No option to cable it? Really? I don't count. I'm not trying to push how many frogs I'm doing per hour. When you grind as much as I do, you realize that grinding sweaty is a good way to burn yourself out. The speed of which the Beelzebub, the boss, spawns, though, is based on how many waves of frogs you kill. It has nothing to do with the Shadow Knights. The Shadow Knights are just extra. So, you want to be killing these packs of frogs as fast as possible if you want to get as many bosses as possible. It's like a balancing act. You're trying to kill as many packs of frogs as possible while keeping the specters on respawn. The little guys that spawn after you kill a Shadow Knight are pretty inconsequential. You just rotate around and let them follow you. But I did not do that ability. The anger rage is fine on the little guys. I have no issues with it. Yeah, they made it so the big guy doesn't reset as easily, which is good because the way he moves, he would reset really easily in the past. And that would really hurt you. The little guys, like I said, are very inconsequential. No, you move on, let him follow. The main thing you should be focusing on is killing the frogs and killing the Shadow Knights. Killing the frogs as quick as possible will give you more bosses. Keeping the Shadow Knights on respawn will keep the will bump your trash up. The little guys, they'll just follow you. If you have the opportunity, hit the little guys once and then move to the next pack, and they'll follow you there. Unless you're in some scuff rotation that for some reason the portals are a mile away from each other. No. I did some testing early on, and if you sit off to the side and you don't kill a single Shadow Knight and you only kill frogs, it'll eventually spawn. And if you sit there and you don't kill the frogs, the boss just won't spawn at all. It's something like, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it's like 15 waves of frogs. So it's something like 5 waves of frogs to spawn the 3 specters, and then 15 waves of frogs to trigger the boss. Something like that. I can't remember. I might be off on those numbers. What are the dates again? After this cycle, I think I'll go make some lunch. We'll see what my warrior's at. My warrior should be at pretty close to 96%. Yo, what's up, Glitch? How you doing today? Beetle bussy? Oh, that's a word that I never knew I would ever hear in my life. Jesus. What's wrong with you guys? What about the list your wife has? She's the one that's with you every day. Ah, shut up. Oh, hey, chat. As soon as this runs out, we're gonna go and, well, I'm gonna go. You guys are gonna sit here like good kids. You're gonna behave yourselves while I go make some lunch, right, chat? Oh, nom, 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 nom. Okay, let's see what the XP on our warriors looking like. Let's see, we're at 94.4, and we are now at boom 96.6. Shit, we'll probably get there on Monday. Before you make lunch, can you do me a quick favor? Uh-oh, what's up? I was literally just standing. Above your HP bar where your CP is, can you click it? I didn't even realize you could do that. And then go down and see if you have a house in Dalbiol Village, even though you didn't put CP in it. Okay, Dalbiol. Dalbiol does not look like I do, no. I don't see any Dalbiol Village. I didn't realize this existed though. Have you tried investing in that house and then uninvesting? I'm sure you probably tried that. Have you tried turning it on and then off again? Oh fuck. Look at me, tech support. You're welcome. I'll be back. Is that a warrior I'm seeing? Every time I AFK on my warrior. Every goddamn time. Never fails. Yeah, let's see. Where's my phone at? I need to take a look at flights for April. Heard there's some seat sales on. We got to fly for a competition. So if we book in advance when there's a seat sale. I don't know what's coming over me right now, but I had this wave come over me. I don't feel fucking great all of a sudden. I'm gonna try to eat lunch, but you know that feeling you get in your head when you feel like, uh-oh, I might be sick. Kind of have that. Maybe I'm just hungry. We'll find out. Otherwise, we'll see. Mm. This is annoying. The airline I'm trying to book the flight with. Every time I try to pick the dates and stuff, it says their service is out of commission. Oh, maybe it's working now? Oh, I think it's working. No, no. This is for my daughter's dance competition in April. Try to book it in advance and keep an eye on seat sales, right? Save money on flights. So fucking expensive though, goddamn.
Why are gays happy that they have nutsacks? Because they use them as mud flaps.
Yeah, I'm back. Oh, this website keeps fucking up. Whatever. Back to the grind. I'll worry about booking this flight later.
Zethy Wethy is so gay. When they asked him for a sperm donation, he farted in the cup.
Why didn't it skip? Oh, I fixed it now. Yeah, I feel off today. I might not be able to stream as long today as I had planned. I don't know why, I just feel off. Here comes SpongeBob walking through the locker room again. With his wet feet. Yeah, I don't feel sick, but I don't feel 100%. I feel like... I don't know how I feel. No, not a brain fog. That's because you guys, your minds are ruined. I have an innocent mind. I just hear somebody with wet feet walking on like a tile floor. Oh god, I might die here. Holy, my 100. It's still nighttime. Ouch. Oh, Dukes. Looks like you scared him away. What can you do to improve your character? Not worry about improving your character. Just play and have fun. Play for the journey. Don't play for the destination. You'll get there eventually. And you'll have a lot more fun along the way.
No be sick. Only strong like steel. We need fighters, not sniffly goblins.
Yeah. No, I already feel a little bit better now that I've eaten. I might have been just hungry. Any Node War content? I only stream earlier in the day, so even though when we do have Node Wars, I try to get into them. It's never on stream. Oh no, you build full AP. You don't bother with accuracy. Accuracy's worthless. Because people who build evasion are worthless. So there's no point building to try to counter the couple of people who are just playing suboptimal builds.
Have you ever had a dream?
Oh my goodness. Yo, what's up, Neppy? Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you've been well. Haven't seen you around in a hot minute. How's BDO? BDO's being BDO. A lot of us are just playing the waiting game, trying to, kill some time while we wait for the ball to see what they'll occupy us with next. But otherwise, I'm pretty good. Glad to hear you're doing well. Is Wukong it? I heard that, I have yet to connect with Divios about those changes, but I heard that that was just the non-Buddha form, those damage buffs. And if that's the case, then it doesn't really change a whole lot. It makes it, when they're not in Buddha form, they're a little bit more dangerous. If that's what it is. But most of the time, they spend their time in Buddha form anyways, so... yeah, I don't think it really changes a whole lot. It just means they're a lot less useless in, What I think they should do is they should make it so, like, one form, like the non-Buddha form, is good at catching, and then Buddha form is good at trading. And then they can kind of pick the speed that they want, right? To kind of adapt to the fight as things are going. I think that'd be kind of cool. Oh yeah, I don't have a drop rate buff on this channel, eh? Oh my goodness. Where's Reptiles at? Get back to it, fella. These are the calculations Divios did? Oh, I don't need somebody to show me the calculations. I can look at the numbers and see exactly what kind of a damage buff it is. Like I said, one thing I do know right now is they don't want to spend time in non-Buddha form. They typically spend as much as time as possible in Buddha form, unless they're trying to prepare to use the heal, right? But depending on the ability, it's like anywhere between like a 10 to a 30% damage increase. But once again, that's non-Buddha form. So, unless those changes are large enough that make it so they don't want to go in Buddha form anymore, then it doesn't change anything. Well, it doesn't change much, at least. Kind of want to learn the class. It's not that difficult of a class. Giga protected, pretty standard mobility. Lots of different abilities for mobility. Just damage trades. You don't have to worry about figuring out catches. It's not a complicated class. It's not like its resource system is very complicated. You just hit your gourd every time it's off cooldown, and it's a ranged forward guard, so super easy to get up safely, as long as you're not up against a bunch of iframers. It's a relatively simple class. Your class is a 1 on a scale of 10? Well, maybe Wukong's a 2 or a 3? You know, when you have a class that's that protected and its mobility is that protected and it's that easy to keep its resources up and you don't have to worry about stamina and you don't have many catches to worry about, it makes it a pretty simple class. So, Neppy, what you been playing these days? You still playing BDO off stream, or are you playing some other games? Did my phone just go off? A lot of League waiting for Ashes of Creation? Yeah. I want more competition in the MMO market. Yeah, need some competition, so I hope Ashes does well. I'm not going to hold my breath, though. I've seen so many MMOs just flop and end up in the MMO graveyard. But I hope Ashes does well. It shows at least some promise. Yeah. Where Winds Meet, it's definitely, I wouldn't call it an MMO, but it's MMO-ish. It's more of like a Chinese Elden Ring with some MMO elements, I guess. Fantastic game, but I think it's going to end up becoming one of those games where you, kind of like Path of Exile, for example, where whenever they do like a new DLC for it, people will go back to it, play it for a little while, and then once they've experienced it, they'll go back to, you know, whatever their main game is. I could see it falling into that trend, which is not a bad trend, right? By no means, like Path of Exile, by no means could you say that's an unsuccessful game. That game is tremendously successful. So if you have a game that's good enough to keep people coming back every time you have something new for it, that's great. Yeah, I guess people do that with Final Fantasy XIV as well, right? Whenever they add, like, new raids and stuff. I was, growing up, man, I played all the Final Fantasies. I loved them, but, I don't know, the MMO one, I just never got into it. Never even picked it up. Final Fantasy VII is where Final Fantasy finally went mainstream. The very first Final Fantasy. That was, you know, I played that on Nintendo. That shit was... Man, it was tough at first until I figured out there was a whole system with leveling and gearing and stuff. I remember just trying to run to the first boss, getting my ass whooped. I had no gear on. Nothing. I wonder how old I was. I doubt I was even a teenager yet. How much you make at this spot? I think it's roughly like $3 bill an hour. Depending on drops. I think it averages out around there. Final Fantasy 2 and 3 or 5 and 6, depending on whether it's the North American naming. I think it's 5 and 6, or maybe it's 4 and 5. Anyways, whatever the American 2 and 3 were, those had awesome stories too. Like, I would argue better than Final Fantasy 7's, but obviously because, you know, you had that generational leap in console capabilities, Final Fantasy 7, you know, really captured people. Yeah, making quite a bit of money, although the money might start dropping here soon. Some of the stuff that you get here is, you know, teetering on the precipice of starting to sit on the market and starting to drop in price. But, you know, at least half the money you make here is from trash. A lot of spots these days seem to be significant income just from trash. Back to Sakurai? Shit. Hey, maybe, you know what? Maybe I should have put that on my Calpheon ball card. Hoping that they add like a Dekia Sakurai. Yo, what's up, Zangy? What'd you do? What's the problem? What you tweaking for? You can get the ring piece from Lower Sakurai now? You always could get the ring piece from Lower Sakurai. That's how I got both of mine. It's just now you can also get paint from Lower Sakurai. That was the change. Your rewards? Yeah. Wait, you're just figuring out now that they were extended another week? It's because we're waiting for Mina, apparently. When's the ball? 2 weeks from today, actually. 2 weeks from today, we would have already seen it. So on the 12th of December, at 11 p.m. PST, I think you're CST +1, right? So that would make it approximately 7 a.m. your time? Or CET. Did I say CST? Yeah, CET. So 7 a.m. your time, yeah. I always fuck up the acronyms. CST, CET, CEST. Oh my god. Yeah, it's like at 1 a.m. my time. I was originally planning on staying up for it, but I don't know. I might just wake up early in the morning and just catch the rerun of it and watch it on stream with you guys, and you guys can do your best not to spoil anything for me, right, chat? The S stands for summertime? Oh, so it's depending on where we're at in the time, daylight savings time, I guess. So I never put that together. Shit, that'll help me remember that better. So yeah, it would be CET now. Oh yeah, I can't wait to play Savior. I'm excited. I'm gonna give her those big hits that she deserves. I don't know if she'll be big like Guardian, but I hope she is. Oh my god. Death by Snoo, please. They changed her name? Yeah, maybe. It does seem like she's going to be called Seraph, not Savior. Oh, we have no idea. We have no idea if she's going to be Ascension or not. Most likely Ascension. I hope she's Ascension. Ascension classes are just better designed classes. They're not better balanced classes, right? They obviously can have their issues, both being strong or weak, but in general, they're better designed classes. If you actually take a look at Ascensions, all they are is classes that don't have a succession. That's all an Ascension is. So the reason why they didn't just call them Awakening, because if they just called them Awakening, then people would be like, where's her succession? Where's this class's succession? Why aren't you guys making a succession? So they just made a whole new tier of class called Ascension, which is basically just an Awakening class without a succession. And because they called it something else, they don't have to worry about people complaining about, where's the succession? Trying to get ahead of it for weapons? Yeah. I was pretty uninspired to get my deck main hand, but as soon as we saw Savior and we knew she's coming around December, I was like, nah, I need to get that shit locked in. Oh yeah, Deadeye's still a fantastic class. It might be hurting in the PvE department, but it's definitely not hurting anywhere in the PvP department. Ooh, little flawless Herald chat. Let's go. We like that. Anybody need a Herald? There you go. Congrats. Sage or Dracania? What Sage? Awakening or Succession? They're both a lot of fun, and they have their strengths and weaknesses. Reported? What the hell? Who are you reporting me to? I feel like Archer is the only class where the Ascension feels like Awakening without the suck. The others feel like suck without the Awakening. I mean, tomato, tomato, I guess. I think the main differentiating thing for that specifically is just what weapon it focuses on, right? But when you think of it within the context of having a secondary weapon that it sometimes uses, it's closer to Awakening, even if that secondary weapon is the Awakening, where normal successions don't have an Awakening, right? They can't. Well, I mean, I guess they do. I guess they do have like 3 prime skills. Where, like, how many... I know, like, in the case of Deadeye, it uses way more than 3 skills with its rocket launcher, right? And Wukong, I'm trying to think of all the ones where it pulls out its pillar. I don't know how many it has there. Four? Yeah, that's only 1 more than the typical succession. Where Deadeye, on the other hand, it has what? Shift Q, L and B while you're in the air, back C, C, forward C. So it must be like 4 or no, sorry, 5, 6 skills on Deadeye. So like I said, if you get hung up more so on like which weapon it primarily uses, then yeah, maybe you could characterize it that way. But if you just take a look at the style of which it uses its abilities, then it's a similar design to Awakening. But Wukong might be the exception, but Wukong is still definitely incomplete too, right? I wonder what, like it still doesn't have its Magnus. Deadeye still doesn't have cores, which is kind of odd. I'm trying to think of when Scholar got its cores. Like, how deep were they in, like, the Dosa? Because Dosa came out right after Scholar, right? It was Scholar, Dosa, then Deadeye, then Wukong. So I'm trying to remember when Scholar got its cores, and how deep were they in the development of Dosa at that point? Because they definitely seem to be really slow, really freaking slow with giving Magnus abilities and cores. I should go do Sangoon. Probably gonna have to repop these other boss buffs too. It'd be nice if they release a complete class. I actually don't mind this strategy. I think if they tried to release a class complete, it would be an absolute train wreck. I think by getting the class out there when it has its foundation laid, maybe it doesn't have everything built on the foundation, right? But it has the foundation laid. It gives them a good idea of, okay, this class needs buffs here, it's missing things here. And it's hard for them to get, like with as many classes there are in the game, it's hard for them to get the context of like what a class needs within like everything that's available. Right? They just don't have the team to do that much testing. Holy fuck. So by basically outsourcing that testing to us, I think it's perfectly fine. Right? Because now that Wukong's been out for a bit, they're gonna have a much better idea of what it's allowed to get in terms of a Magnus, right? Like, what are its weaknesses? What are its strengths? What do they not want to give it as a Magnus to avoid making it overpowered? What do they want to, what could they give it for a Magnus that would potentially fill some weaknesses? Yeah, they're gonna make it so for Awakened Warrior they can keep the AP buff easier, and both warriors charging thrust is gonna be super armor, which is pretty big. It's the thing that's been hurting warrior the most is non-modernized movement. Oh yeah, it's huge. I originally thought maybe they would do that with Frenzied Charge, because I was like, I don't think they'll do that with, like, Charging Thrust. It's a 7-second cooldown, but, you know, Charging Thrust is actually a much better choice. It's available more often, and Frenzied Charge is used for, you know, it's a good engage. No, the Gourd ability is... The only time you'll have a hard time keeping it up is if you're trying to hit, like, super iframe classes. That's really it. So maybe if you're, like, 1v1ing against a Sork, maybe it's an issue, but... It's a range forward guard that's, like, instant, right? So... Oh, I'm dead. Woo! Yeah, if you want to talk about a class that needed a more reliable way to fill its resources, it was Suckdrack. But it looks like that's also getting that too, right? They're adding much more abilities that refill ions. Which is great for Suckdrack, because that shit needed it. No! Why didn't you find them? Rich character. Oh my god.
I absolutely can't wait.
I'm so dead. Oh, good thing that finished him.
Im gonna so mean her. Wait, who's that over there?
Anybody pop the other ones? No. Fucking losers.
I came for your salvation and hear out your wishes and desires.
What are the rewards for Guild League? What guild are you in again? I don't think you need to worry about the rewards for Guild League. Don't worry yourself with that. Ooh, yeah, the PoE stream. I'm kind of pissed that the new league is going to be like the same time as like the ball. Oh fuck, this little bastard's doing that thing again. I almost missed it. Oh! The fuck was hitting me? Yeah, but I didn't see anything though. I don't know if there's anything in this fight that you don't really see that'll hit you. Get away from that wall, you little bastard. I'd appreciate that. What's up, Global Zen? Yeah, there we go. Oh, that shit done. Fucking horse! Get out of the fucking ground! Might as well refresh my guild buff while I'm at it, or house buff. Oh, that's Voltarian. Yeah. It's a horse that's acquired primarily from uncapped PvP. But it's pretty cool. You can jump up real high. It's also super fast. I know, that's what I'm hoping. I hope we get a T10 Voltarian. You can also do like a forward dash off things. It also has a bolt, like drift. Not really practical to use in this region because the terrain is so erratic. It actually goes so fast in some areas that even if you have an insane SSD and PC, you'll constantly be hitting loading walls. Oh shit. They also have that all-in-one preset there. Where is it? Right, where you can set presets, and then, like, you can pick, like, what reforges you want to use. You can also swap reforges now, which crystals, and it'll swap everything at once. I don't know if that was here when you last played, but something that's super nice. Yeah. No, they've done some good quality of life changes. There's been some good changes, for sure. We just need more content, more things to do. So I'm hoping that they focus a lot on things to do with the Calpheon Bolt. By the way, if anybody else wants to take advantage of the buffs I just popped, Media 5. What's up, John? What's cooking? Good looking? The light blue semicircle at the top. The light blue semicircle at the top. I have no idea what you're talking about. Whereabouts on the top? Oh, shit. I was trying to see if I could fix my drawing dock. 1 second. Wait, why is it still visible? What the hell? Why can't I get rid of it? All it's doing is moving! Give me a second. I gotta wait till the AFK phase. I don't want to die to mobs here just trying to fix that shit. I have a dock for drawing on the screen, right? Oh shit, now I made it worse. Oh goddamn, now you guys gotta deal with that. Oh shit. But the, yeah, the app that I have, I need to find like a new one because, or maybe I just need to reinstall it, I don't know. But there used to be a way to clear the whole screen, and they, for some reason, it doesn't have that anymore. So I have to like manually erase, which is annoying as hell. Right? I gotta like go like this. There we go. Oh shit, there's still a little bit there. And the other dot's back now. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I can't see. There's too much shit. Did I get it? Okay, and then I think if I turn this off, then it goes away. No, it's still there. Maybe... Yeah, I'll wait till the AFK phase. There's probably something more. Yeah, I don't see that on my game screen, though. That's just on OBS. So that's, you guys just see that. Here, I'll make it better. There you go. No problem. No problem. Can't see it. Where is it? This man's colorblind, I think. This is one thing I hate about this spot and I miss about Darkseekers, is just being able to AFK at any time. Quickly alt-tab, type in other people's streams, whatever. This spot, man, I'm always living on the edge. I mean, the world's been designed for a long time. That hasn't been a mystery. People have known that forever. I mean, they showed us the original map like a long time ago, before they even flipped it on its head, too. For those of you who don't know, the map used to be the other way around, and that's why the sun rises from west to east in video and not east to west, is because when they flipped the world, it changed the way the sun rotated across the sky, and they just never bothered fixing it. It's just a feature now. You don't believe that? That's what I heard. I don't know if they would ever confirm if that was the reason why or whatnot. Oh, gotcha. When he says 80% of Ulukito is finished, I don't think he means any of the content in there. I think he's just referring to the map itself. And that I believe. If he's referring to the actual content that was released, I definitely don't believe that at all. But in terms of terrain, I definitely believe that. Like, a lot of the map, like I said, if you take a look at the earliest maps of the game, like, just the areas that were grayed out. Like, we knew that there was land up here and shit, right? You just couldn't traverse up there, but you could get close to the borders and kind of look across. But I believe it. If it's just within the context of the landscape, I believe it. They probably didn't have things like the houses and the fences and bushes and stuff, right? It was probably like quite literally just the land. Maybe the cliffs and stuff too, right? But all of the little things that decorate and make the area feel more, I don't know, not necessarily alive, but real, those probably were all missing. What's the smiley face on the screen? There's no smiley face on my screen. What are you talking about? Is your computer smiling at you? Are you on some drugs? Almost done typing the thing up? Hell yeah, Zach. Hell to the yeah. I'm just... Probably should have got something like that out sooner, though, because I can't imagine them doing anything for the ball. Who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us. Look at my stream. I'm looking at my stream. I don't see anything. What are you talking about? Anybody else see anything? I don't. You see my loot scroll running? Hell yeah. Yeah. I want to see them enable FSR, what are we at, 3, 4 now? And give us DLSS. I was about to say DSR. I was like, no, that's not right. I want to see them enable both of that shit, though. Or at the very least, change the tooltip on FSR, because calling FSR 1.0 bleeding edge technology is kind of fucking obnoxious. Right? What do they call it? Is it effects? Camera graphics? I thought it was display quality. Oh yeah, it is. Here we go. Oh, here we go. An optimizer function that renders in-game graphics smaller than the actual resolution. AMD Fidelity FX Super Resolution 1.0 is a cutting-edge, super optimized spatial... Shut up. Shit's not fucking cutting edge anymore. Are you kidding me? Okay. Now we need to fix this. We need to fix this. Okay, erase it, because I can't fucking just clear the screen, because this app is pissing me off. Maybe we go... Here, this is what we'll do. Not really the correct green. I could just make my brush bigger. Keep it the same. Oh god, how am I going to get rid of this when I'm done? Yeah. Almost. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait. That's not white. What the hell? Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it's just the... Oh, maybe not. Oh, wait. And let's outline the eyes. Shit. Maybe... I don't like that line. What am I missing? I think... There we go, chat. What do you think? You look tired, boss. Yo. Okay, now I gotta get rid of this shit. It's supposed to clear on scene transition. So nope. No, it definitely did not. What if I do... Ooh. That's how I erase. Okay, now I gotta get rid of this little circle, though. That's driving you guys crazy. Let's see. Did that get rid of it? Yeah, there we go. You guys are just jealous that your art skills aren't as good as mine. You know what the nice thing is about my art skills? It's never going to be confused for AI. Oh, shit. You guys don't even want to know what my video refrigerator would look like if I didn't stream. If I didn't stream, you don't even want to know what kind of picture I'd have there. Oh, why'd you even have to mention that? Definitely not. What's wrong with you? Bathtub. I can't even talk. Bathtub girl, obviously. I need like some slippers. Maybe I should pick up a little space heater, put under my desk, keep my toes all nice and warm. A heated blanket? No. I don't want to be sitting here at my computer with a blanket on. Get a puppy? I do have 2 dogs, but they like hanging out upstairs. You keep your wife under the desk. Is she single? Yo, what's up, Gary? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How much total silver do I have? In terms of just silver or usable resources? Because in terms of just silver, then all I have is a trill and a half. But in terms of usable resources, maybe multiply that by 4, 5. At least 6 trillion. I honestly can't be fucked to count it every day. But at least 6 trillion. Could be worse, Murderkind. I could be flexing in you. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I just said that. I'm sorry, chat. Now all the kids in chat are running and crying to their parents. What made you grind 6 trillion when you were already hard capped? It's not like I hit hard
Crap and then grinded 6 trillion. It's just I grind the silver faster than they release shit. So do I post it and then share with you, or do you want a screenshot to go over it? Nah, I trust you, man. I mean, if you want my feedback first, I could quickly go over it and then give you my feedback, and then if you want to make any adjustments to it after, you could do that. It's up to you, right? But I'll definitely, like, I'm sure whatever you cook up, I'm gonna agree with, like, probably at least
90% of it, which is good enough for me. Alvin, what the fuck? Oh, you fuckers. Yo, hit me with the voice changer again. It's not fun if you want it? Fine, fuck you then. Here, I was just gonna serenade you guys, but too bad. $34,000 points from 2 million dens. Holy. Yeah, I wish there was a way for me to, like, see the leaderboard. Ooh, a bond! Let's go! Yo. Is that ex-guildy Bingy?
Shut up, bitch!
Yeah. Trying to think. I think I played more games with Bingy than I played against him. And I think we won most of them. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I played with Hero Play once. Maybe he just didn't play a whole lot. I think he played. We're like 1 for 4? I know. I don't know what's up with us. We just don't synergize at all, apparently. Actually, no. The game sees that we're way too strong and they stack it against us. That's the problem. You didn't even reach top 100? There's no way, Bingy. You definitely made top 100, you fucking filthy liar. You filthy liar. If I made top 100, you definitely made top 100, because I barely played at all. I mean, I guess I played 150 games. That's a decent amount, but compared to some of these fucking guys, like, Jesus. Look at this loser. Yeah, where's Bingy at? What would Bingy be under? Dosa? Let's see. Nope. Maybe Ninja? I could have swore I saw it. Where the fuck is it? Ninja. Oh, it's right below Kuno. Bingy, 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 Bingy. There's Bingy. Yo, what happened, Bingy? What the fuck? Okay, never mind. No. You're like Trep Jr. Or Senior. One or the other. But you and Trep are like two of the same. Jack of all trades, master of none. Oh, you sent me the screenshot? Okay, let's see. Holy! Do you care if I go over this on stream? Okay. I'll read over it. I'll give you my input. Just because, even if I like maybe disagree with one thing, I mean it's your post. Obviously, you know, everybody's opinions are subjective. Okay, let's see. No, that's not the image. Here it is. Okay. Let's read this. Okay, region. NA, suggestions, comments. Make decks, war decks. Wait, make decks of war a core part of BDO PvP without obstructing the average player. Details. Declarations of war in BDO are lackluster. Declarations of war, past and current issues. They were used to use to bully guilds that were weaker than the guild sending the deck. This is fixed due to the mutual agreement between guilds currently, but is a big reason decks were reworked in the first place. There are no rewards for participating in a war other than the guild with a higher kill count gaining ego or pride from winning. Decks are guild restricted. Top guilds are generally alliances, and with the current system of requiring guild masters to be online for a GV to happen, you need to have 3 or 4 guilds agreeing to the deck declaration of war, and coordinating for it to happen. This mostly stifles GVGs from happening. Yeah, it's so lame that officers can't accept decks. The ability for anyone to cancel the deck of the war allows for them to end at points where both guilds would like to keep participating, but needing to coordinate with another guild to reinstate the war is too much of a hassle for some guilds and leads to guilds opting to not even bother. Yep. If you are part of a PvP guild, you are expected to be participating in the declaration of war PvP. Some players are not willing to be participating in these, since they would rather wait for scheduled PvP times, such as Node War, AOS, Guild League, since they view their time as limited and can only spend 1 to 2 hours grinding to catch up or to get to a point where they can benefit their guild. Now, why I enjoy GVGs and what I miss about the old deck system. Spontaneous PvP with my guild. Whenever a big GVG starts, I get a ping that a GVG is happening. Even if late at night, it feels like a unique event in-game, especially now that actual GVGs are rare, since most guilds don't participate in them. The ability to track how a guild has fared into another over the course of weeks, even months, against another guild because you don't drop the deck of war was fun to see. Such as seeing old screenshots of guild decks having upward of 50,000 kills over the course of 4 months was because it means you are seeing a guild's history with another guild on display. Seeing an empty deck page makes the game feel a little empty, since you don't know what guilds are really interacting with. It allowed your guild to get involved in helping you claim a grind spot. Back when grind spots only had 1 to 2 rotations that were optimal instead of currently where we have 6 to 10 that feel the same. Having the best grind spot, even if it was only 5 to 10% more trash or silver per hour, you wanted to keep it. Being able to start a war to hold it down with over 20 people on Archer was fun. Not being able to involve your alliance members outside of a plat because the guild fighting over the spot won't accept the deck feels bad. The moments where a ton of guilds get together and send group decks to a stronger guild to fight back together. This was during my time in a smaller PvP guild, but I remember times when we'd, as a group, send 3 to 4 decks against Cho and not each other during a big GVG at Orcs, so that we could help balance the area. The old deck system did benefit smaller guilds by allowing them to participate on one side or the other during guild GVGs without having to worry about getting turned down and forced to sit out. Yep, big true. Big true. Now, like in a situation like that, if Cho didn't want to deal with it, they just wouldn't accept it, right? Okay, the next part. Boom. What I would like. Create a new deck system back with major changes to where PvP can happen and how, since we have moved towards a game where players have limited time and PvP is seen as a waste. Move decks to being alliance-based. Yep. When an alliance sends a deck, it should apply to all guilds involved. I agree with that. Decks go back to being one-sided at first and can still be dropped by anyone in the guild that sends them. Remove PvP on over half the servers. This might be controversial, but we need to allow players to be on servers where they don't need to worry about PvP if decks have been sent to their guild. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the lesser of two evils. If you go back in the day and you said that they should have channels with no PvP, people would have immediately pushed back against it. But, you know, I think now, provided the opportunity, if we could have the old PvP back on half the channels and then have a safe space for the Care Bears and the Snowflakes on the other half, I would rather have that now at this point, right? Okay, remove weird. Allow for more players to be on protection and change it to allow you. I don't think protection was an issue. I think there was already more than enough. I think very few guilds would ever cap out their protection slots, so I don't think that was really an issue. Oh, maybe, did I miss something? Okay. This might be... These servers would only be accessible if your guild either has not won a node, or if on protection, or if you're a player without a guild. Huh? Allow for more players to be on protection and change it to only allow you to access these non-PvP servers. You are still capable of participating in the GVGs if you hop back to the servers. Allow for more players to be on protection and change it to only allow you to access these non-PvP servers. You are still capable of... I feel like there's some punctuation missing there that's fucking me up. Allow for more players to be on protection, and change it to only allow access to these
non-PvP servers. Period. You are still capable of participating in GVGs if you hop back on servers. I'm scratching my head here. If a player dies to a war target, they have the option of selecting protection from the death screen. When on the non-PvP servers, you have no cooldown to hopping among these servers. This is to allow for players
to immediately find the grind spots they want. When on servers that allow for decks, you have a 15-minute cooldown among those servers unless they are your guild's home servers. This is to create tension about giving up a grind spot to someone else since you can't freely. I'm going to keep it a buck. I feel like this might be overcomplicated. Buff Arsha's benefit for being on the PvP server. I mean, Arsha definitely needs to be buffed. There's no doubt about it. The Arsha bonus, 50%, was a big deal back before, like, most people didn't have loot scrolls, and loot scrolls, basically the only way you could get blue loot scrolls was buying 90-day value packs, so most people didn't use it. These days, everybody has so much loot scroll and so many drop buffs all going at the same time that the 50% Arsha buff is meaningless now. It's really such an inconsequential bonus. Introduce random events on Arsha, similar to Pig Cave. See, I like this, right? Kind of like, too, with Abandoned Monastery, right? All of a sudden, you see a ping on the channel. The Jordine's about to spawn, or Belmorn, whatever his stupid name was. And then you'd have to worry about another guild or group showing up to try to steal the boss from you. I think that'd be cool. I think they tried to do that as well with Fogans in Serendia Elvia, where the boss would spawn and it would do like a big yellow ping so everybody in the area would see. Introduce rival guilds. When guild alliances mutually declare war on each other, they're labeled as a rival alliance. When this happens at the end of the month, whatever guild has earned receive guild funds based on the amount of total kills that happened during the month in relation to other guilds. See, now, that one I have a problem with, because I feel like every single guild will abuse that. Like, what's to stop? Where's my drawing doc at? Okay, apparently I fucked it up. But that one, basically what that will mean is guilds will have shell guilds that they declare war on, and then they just feed some kills to or from, and then they just wait till the end of the month to collect their rewards. It'll either be one of those things where the amount of effort, the amount of silver gained for the amount of effort will not be worth it, and it won't change a thing, or it'll be too worth it and people will abuse the fuck out of it. There'll be no middle ground there. Introduce a leaderboard for guilds, total kills among rivals. Tracking the GVGs, I think, is part of what hurts GVGs as well. You end up with this weird environment where people are like, I don't want to feed because, like, instead of practicing PvP against this person I'm losing against, if I keep dying, I'm going to feed the war score, and my teammates or my guildies are going to make fun of me, and it just ends up being anti-PvP. I hated that mentality where guilds are like, no, we don't want to feed, leave. If you guys are outnumbered and you're losing, you better leave. And then the fight's over. And then the other guild only shows up once they have the number advantage. For a rival, I think the best reward is just being able to lock down Arsha. Have Arsha be meaningful, and have these channels, like, make it so like the stronger guilds just hold down the better spots. That's it. And then it inspires other guilds to try to move up and fight for it, or team up to fight against it, right? Where you could have like 4 guilds who, like, let's say they like, oh, fuck these losers. Sure, they could beat us 1v1, but, you know, we'll do 4 of us against them. At the end of the year, put a trophy. Yeah, I think I don't know. Honestly, I don't hate it. like I said, I think that would obviously, all of that would be way better than what we currently have, which is practically nothing. But what I would like to see is something a lot more simple. A lot more simple. One second. I'd like to see something like this. So like we talked about, Arsha buffed to be plus 100% drop chance and, or maybe I'll do an ampersand, and drop amount. So it increases your trash loot. So this way Arsha's worth fighting over. I would like to see there be your PvE servers that no drop benefit. Here, let me reorder this. And then PvP enabled servers. So basically your normal servers. Here, maybe I'll just call them that, normal servers. Normal servers plus 50% drop chance. So basically what the current Arsha is. So this way you have this tier system, right? Where when you want to be safe and you don't want to PvP at all, there's no risk, but there's no benefit. Here there's a little bit of risk, but there's a little bit of a benefit. And here there's a lot of risk, but obviously a lot more benefit, right? And then you get to opt into how much risk you want to take. Depends how much reward you're going to get, or vice versa, right? And then as for guild decks, capped. Wait. Any guild can do capped PvP. Oh, here. Actually, I need to preface this with something first. Guild tag system. In order to do uncapped PvP, you need to tag your guild as a PvP guild. Once your guild is tagged as a PvP guild, anyone can declare war on you. And vice versa, right? You can do, well, yeah. And with that, any guild can do capped PvP without tagging as a PvP guild. But if you want to do uncapped Node War, Siege, Guild League, or Guild League, you need to be tagged as a PvP guild. And that's really it. Oh, I would also go a bit further too. I would expand castle benefit. So if a guild owns a castle, they can be decked on by, I guess that's covered under this anyway, so that's kind of redundant. If you own Media, you get the grind. Here. If you own Media Castle, you get the grind buff on any of the Media channels instead of specific regions. So if you own a castle, you can grind anywhere with the bonus. But, can I bold that? Can I underline it? But Since you... Is that still bold? It is. But since... Here, I'm going to put this as its own line. But since your bonus is tied to a specific channel group, other guilds can hunt you on those channels to prevent you from taking advantage of your castle bonus while you own the castle. So this way, it doesn't matter which castle you own. You can grind anywhere in the game for the castle bonus. But other guilds, your enemy guilds, know what channels to hunt your guild on. They know if you own Media Castle, they can hunt you on the Media channels. If you own Valencia Castle, they can hunt you on the Valencia channels. So this way, other guilds, even if you manage to snake your way into the castle, they can deny your ability to take advantage of the castle bonus by keeping you off those guild channels. Um, 7-day cooldown on enabling or disabling the PvP guild tag. You have to decide at the beginning of the week. If you don't change it, it carries over for the week. It has a 7-day cooldown, so you can't just drop it or pick it up, right? Can't remove PvP tag while owning a castle. Here, maybe I should put this under here. Okay. Now some changes I'd make to Adonia, and this affects everything. Currently, owning the castle is meaningless. The benefit... Wait, the opportunity cost of the Adana to hunt people and force them into Marnie outweighs the Adana's... What? The opportunity cost of the Adana to hunt people and force them to Marnie outweighs the tax collected, making it worthless, making it a worthless activity. Instead, so first, increase the tax the Adana collects for Marnie Realm. Second, make nighttime in Edania full PvP on all channels. If you want to avoid nighttime PvP, you have to go into Marnie. So anybody can attack anybody at nighttime in Edania. You want to take somebody's spot? Things go crazy. You can wait till nighttime. No karma loss. It's a high-end grind spot. There needs to be more risk involved. Third, the Idana can invade people's Marnie channel. How does that even work? I would imagine he would just have to go talk to an NPC. He would see a list of, you know what, maybe, yeah. I don't know, something like that, right? They could work out the details of that. I don't know what benefit that would really give to the Adana anyways, so that would probably never get taken advantage of anyways. Well, that's only the Adana himself. The Adana deserves extra privilege. Why not? Don't piss off the Adana, right? It's as simple as that. If the Adana doesn't like you, maybe you should work on kissing his ass. But only the Adana can invade your Marnie. But even still, like I said, even if you do that, there's still no benefit from. You'd have to figure out a benefit for the Adana for him to, without it just being griefing. To kill you and make you pay again, Klish, obviously. Not sure they'd have the tech for that? Oh yeah, they definitely would. No, if you wanna take the Adonis crown, go take it in the castle. That's the whole point of it. I don't think I included one-sided decks. Oh yeah, I said it here. No, that's his benefit. You want to win? Go take the castle. Probably only T1 for you if you don't have PvP tag. Yeah. Well, that's why I said, wait, if you want to do uncapped. Yeah, I didn't write uncapped siege because I meant all siege here, but they might misinterpret that. Because, yeah, you shouldn't be able to, if you want to participate in any siege, maybe I'll write any there. Just to make sure that's clear. Yeah, I didn't mean capped siege would be safe too. I think any siege should be unsafe. Regular capped? No, I think there should be an introduction. Right? There should be at least some type of node wars that guilds can. Oh, I'm just considering T1s and capped all the same. Okay, maybe we'll separate those two then. Okay, guild tag system. In order to do, how would we phrase this? So guild tag system. You can do T1 node wars without tagging for PvP. But, holy fuck. But if you want to do any other node war or siege, you need to tag your guild as a PvP guild. That better? Yeah, Balanos doesn't have a castle associated with it. So maybe we can make Balanos. You can do T1 Node Wars or Balanos Siege without tagging for PvP. But if you want to do any other Node War or Siege involving a castle, you need to take your guild as a PvP guild. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is where I'd start right here. I don't know. I can't really think. I feel like I had more ideas in the past, but I can't think of them off the top of my head. I've been so just not thinking about that shit because, it's kind of felt like a fool's errand thinking about PvP since Pearl Abyss feels like they're trying to move away from it in every way possible. Um, Maybe temporary weekly titles. Yeah, I think as long as you keep the rewards cosmetic, like even just like titles, like um, weekly. Let's see, temporary weekly titles for Guild War participation. So, example, if you get 10 kills, you get the title. I'm just going to make up some very basic shit. They can think of something. If you get 25 kills for your guild, you get the title Soldier. If you get 50 kills, dot dot dot, 100 kills, dot dot dot, right, etc., right? So you can kind of get like a cool title that lasts for the week and you have to keep earning it, right? Maybe with a guild border, yeah, too, or something. We'll write, we'll put that in the bottom. Titles possibly come with a unique temporary border. What we call it? Around the guild logo? Round guild logo. Yeah, something like that, right? So when you see somebody roll up, you're like, holy shit, yeah, that guy's probably going to attack me. No, I'm not talking about years. I'm talking about like something that you have to re-earn every week. I think it's important to understand Pearl Abyss when you're thinking of systems like this. They have shown time and time again they hate giving out permanent effects, permanent titles, shit like that can be earned from PvP. So asking them for permanent things, it doesn't matter how long it takes to get it. Asking them for permanent things is a fool's errand. They'll never do it. We know how Pearl Abyss is. But if we ask them for temporary titles that you have to continuously earn, then they're a lot more likely to oblige to that type of request. Because the thing about a permanent title is you'll only have to earn it once, right? So even if, let's say, like one of the earliest titles takes 10,000 kills, what do you think is going to happen? You're going to have two people in different guilds say, hey, you want to just go feed each other kills for like a couple hours until we both get the title and then we never have to worry about it again? People will definitely do that, right? The player base is absolutely obnoxious when it comes to abusing fun things like this and making it meaningless. So we got to make sure that it's not abusable in that way. So by just making it temporary, people might go out of their way to earn it once, right? Or two times, but once they earn it, like Stormtrooper, for example, right? If Stormtrooper was permanent, how many guilds do you think would make deals with other guilds to just feed each other Stormtrooper or Special Forces Commander or Ultimate Weapon? To the point, we would all be running around with Ultimate Weapon now, right? And it would be completely meaningless. But because it's temporary, maybe somebody does it once for a screenshot, but they're not doing it every week because it's too much effort and time. Yeah. And that title means more when you see people with it, like in your situation, Zach, because you know you earned it, right? Where if it was just something where you had to just feed kills and you got that title permanently, like I said, everybody would have it, and now it would be meaningless to everybody. And that's why Pearl Abyss really tries to avoid giving away permanent titles, because they don't want them to feel meaningless. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if I want to dig any deeper, but like I said, I feel something a little more simple here. This creates like a little tier system, so like new players or people who just want life skill, people who just want to, they don't want any type of player versus player interaction. They have a safe spot. But for the people who are willing to take on a little bit more risk, they can go to the normal channels. They get a little bit of a drop bonus. Basically the current Arsha bonus, and then Arsha needs to be buffed a lot, right? This basically makes Arsha practically a yellow loot scroll that stacks with a yellow loot scroll. And this right here will make guilds want to fight over Arsha. If you basically have a yellow loot scroll that stacks with a yellow loot scroll, guilds will fight over this. And then, basically, guilds won't be able to benefit as much from it either, right? Because, like, you're going to end up spending a good amount of your time. Instead of just grinding for free, you're going to be fighting over it. I like how I put first and second here, but there's not really much more to it. Yeah, no, I don't want that, Cavell. Like I said, it's meaningless. If you make it permanent, people will just farm them. They will make agreements with other guilds to farm them, and then everybody will have it, and it'll be meaningless. You cannot have permanent titles. We know Pearl Abyss hates doing permanent titles for PvP activity, so suggesting something like that to them is an absolute waste of time. They will not do that. They will not do that. But these systems, I'm shaking the window. I guess I got to shake it in OBS. These systems here, I feel like these give people the opportunity to opt in and opt out if they want to be involved and if they don't want to be involved. But it allows the people who are willing to PvP to take on more risk while PvPing, being willing to PvP. They don't need to drop Caphras down at all. They're going to be adding more gear to the game, and when they add more gear to the game, Caphra is going to be more accessible just when they do that. They don't need to drop it down. As soon as they add, like, new accessories, all of a sudden Caphras is going to be super accessible. They don't need to do that, because what happens if they drop it down before they add new shit, and then they add new shit? Like, what, you're going to jump in there out of fucking seasons? Like, let's not be silly here. The highest castles will become more accessible when they add new gear. If you're capable of doing Tenebrom Castle, you're not a new player, Fallen. It is important to have content that is accessible to the highest, sweatiest players, because that inspires new players to become sweaty players. If you're not willing to become a sweaty player, don't expect to participate in sweaty content. You're an entitled snowflake, not you specifically, I'm speaking generally, if you have this mentality, that you feel like you should have access to everything no matter how little effort you put in. You're an entitled snowflake. Caphras is not going to be gated behind full deck as soon as they add the next tier of gear, and they will add another tier of gear. Let's not pretend for a second like this isn't an MMO where progression is everything. As soon as they add new accessories, now you won't need deck weapons anymore. If they add a new Elkstone that gives more AP, you don't need deck weapons anymore. All of a sudden, just by nature of them adding one more piece of gear, it could make Caphras require less than half of the current investment as it does to get involved in it. Gobble, gobble. All of these castles will become significantly more accessible as they add more gear. And every single MMO, unless the MMO is dead, continuously adds new gear. So we don't need to expedite that process. If you want to be involved in the bleeding edge, sweaty content, then you have to be part of the bleeding edge, sweaty player base. You're just sweaty? You bet your damn ass I am. I hate this mentality that specifically Blue Squadron pushed on people about how it's a bad thing to have content that's only available to the top end. Guess what? This idea that endgame content isn't for new players is obnoxious. Because guess what new players eventually become? Endgame players. And if they don't have anything motivating them to push to endgame, then what's even the point of playing the game? Every single one of us, no matter how sweaty or not sweaty you are now, you used to be a new player. So endgame content is for new players. It's just there to motivate you, to get you there. But think about it, right? If you immediately start playing a game and you have access to all the content, how much motivation do you have to progress? Right? None, exactly. You're just like, oh, well, I can already do everything, so what's the point of me going doing my circles? Now, we can make an argument about them making more meaningful and long-lasting in-game content. You want to know a fun fact? For those of you who haven't been playing as long as I have, back in the day, they would release new spots that even the sweatiest players couldn't participate with. When they first added Ackman and Histria, you could barely go to Ackman with a 5-man group, and Histria was completely off the table for a long time. They used to do content like that. When Ash Forest first came out, when Crypt first came out, there was so much content that they would... maybe I shouldn't say so much. There was content they would add to the game that even the sweatiest players couldn't do. But you know what it did? It motivated you. Ooh, maybe if I start getting some more gains, maybe I can be one of the first people to start grinding that spot. That made those spots when you saw somebody streaming. I remember the first time I saw a warrior soloing the first mob in Histria. And that's all he could kill. He would kill it. He would then have to wait for it to respawn because he didn't want to get attacked by 2 at once. And then he would kill it again. But I remember when I saw that shit, I was like, holy fuck, that guy is so strong. Even though, too, it was completely meaningless for him to do it. He was making the world's worst money doing it. But god damn, it looked epic. You're like, that guy's a fucking god. I'd hate to run into him open world. We need more content like that added to the game. But in order for that to be meaningful, we need more progression. Like, if they add a spot like that to the game where I can't even grind it, well, it's not like I can get more gear to grind it. There is no more gear. Part of the reason that when they added Sovereign 2 to the game, that it was such a problem that people got deck day 1, it had little to do with how much effort it takes to get a deck weapon. Like, let's not pretend for a second that getting a deck weapon isn't a monumental task to accomplish. Yes, some people get lucky, but the average have to spend a lot of effort. Just the average have to spend a lot of effort getting a deck weapon. The main reason why people got deck day 1 isn't because of a lack of effort they put into getting it. It's because there was so much time for them to stockpile shit because there was nothing for them to work on that made it seem like it was significantly less of an achievement. But I also understand that not a lot of people want to play the game the way I do. I like having an unlimited amount of things to work on. That was what drove me to BDO. That separated it from other MMOs. I stopped playing MMOs for a long time because I got so sick and tired of this cycle of, every 6 months they release a new expansion. The expansion makes everything you just did obsolete, and then you're basically replacing all your epic or legendary gear with green items just to repeat the process again 6 months later. I love the fact that BDO had this endless progression, that the idea of maxing out one slot seemed so absurd, never mind maxing out all your slots. That's what drove me to BDO, and it actually kills me inside how they've moved away from that. But I completely understand that that's a system that's designed for a much more sweatier player. Somebody who can sit here and grind for 5 hours a day. Obviously, I would enjoy something like that a lot more than somebody who only gets to play for a couple hours a week. That's why I also think that it's good to have weekly quests as a baseline progression for casual players, where you have a weekly quest that allows you to get a good chunk of progression in terms of like the Adonia stones. But I do think that you should have Adonia stones still grindable. Make them really rare. You'll only get like a couple extra clicks a week if you're lucky. But with the upcoming ouch changes, I am starting to feel overwhelmed. Oh, shut up, John. Oh, I don't have my villa. That's why I keep getting CC'd. Oh my god, I'm gonna die! The recommended AP for all the spots these days is pretty accurate. Which is, let's see. Which is Hopium here when Crimson Desert comes in March, that they will full send back on BDO again. Depends on success of Crimson. If they'll be success, they might be. Not necessarily. It really depends on hiring. It's not really dependent on the success of Crimson Desert. Right now, Crimson Desert isn't generating any revenue, so they can't exactly use the revenue of Crimson Desert to sustain Crimson Desert. But BDO does have its own revenue stream, right? So if Crimson Desert starts generating its own revenue to the point where it can sustain itself, then yeah, they can take all those resources that BDO used to pump into Crimson Desert and put it back into BDO while having Crimson Desert sustain itself. But sustain itself. But that's assuming only if they're able to replace that labor force too, right? Labor might be a major issue. Trying to get devs in there, enough devs that are to fill all those job openings. It doesn't matter how much resources Crimson Desert or Black Desert might have available to them if they can't fill those jobs. I don't know what the labor market looks like in Korea, but from what I understand, all the developers are in Korea. There's a lot of games, so I imagine there's definitely some competition in that market for labor. One would hope, though, assuming that getting labor isn't an issue, one would hope that assuming Crimson Desert is able to sustain its own development, that they can take the money that was being siphoned from BDO to Crimson Desert back on BDO. One would hope. That's not necessarily true, Nintendo. An example, I mean, we don't really have good quarterly reports for this game yet, but where winds meet. It looks like there's probably going to be a lot of overlap between game styles, between Crimson Desert and Where Winds Meet. And man, the monetization on Where Winds Meet, I have a feeling that they're going to make some money off of that game. There's a lot of games out there that are mostly single player that will still generate a ton of money. I won't buy Crimson Desert. Bastards took money from BDO. Where do you expect them to take it from, though? If Pearl Abyss just locked in on being only a BDO company, do you think BDO lasts forever? There is no world where it lasts forever. That basically puts all of the jobs of their whole company, every single employee, all their family members, right? It puts it all into one basket of BDO that will eventually die. Don't buy Kraft crackers because they took away money from Kraft cheese. Exactly. Think of how obnoxious that line of thinking is. Whether it's pay to win or not makes no difference. It's about the revenue stream and whether a single player game can generate revenue or not. You're completely missing the point. It has nothing to do with how the money interacts with the game. As long as the money's there, it shows that it can be a profitable model, even, more single player games. You posted it? Post the link in chat. I'll upload that shit. Oh yeah, I gotta log in. Where's my phone at? There we go. Oh shit. 597731. Oh no, I said that out loud. You guys are gonna hack me now. Yeah. So, for those of you guys who want some more open world PvP changes, I'm not gonna tell you to go and upvote Zach's post. I read it on stream. I like it. So I'm gonna give it an upvote. If you like what he's proposed in there, maybe even if. And don't be one of those people where you feel like you have to agree with something 100%. Even if you mostly agree with it, but maybe disagree with a couple parts, that still makes it a net benefit, right? So hit it with that upvote if you agree with most of it. If you disagree with most of it, then don't upvote it, right? Maybe downvote it. But don't be one of those people where you feel like you have to agree with 100% of something to think it's a net gain before you'll upvote it. You can mostly agree with it and still hit it with an upvote. Which classes are the most flowy right now? Oh, I'm not sure. I'm kind of just a Sage abuser. But yeah, back to the profitability thing. We don't know how profitable Crimson Desert is. We don't know what the monetization for it's going to be. I think it's safe to assume that it's not going to be just the purchase price of the game. They're certainly going to have more monetization in it. Now, how successful that ends up becoming depends a lot on how enjoyable the game is, and at this point, all we can really do is speculate. It's a beautiful looking game, and I can tell you guys the combat feels very good. I managed to play it myself. In terms of how the quests feel, how the progression feels, unfortunately, that's just something we got to wait and see. But just because Crimson Desert's going to be a mostly single-player game, that doesn't mean it can't generate a good amount of revenue to sustain itself. But back to the whole businesses being profitable. If you want Pearl Abyss to be around for a long time, you want them to have more than one IP. You want them to have their eggs in more than just one basket. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to not just be the Black Desert Company. They're trying to be the next, potentially the next Blizzard, right? And Blizzard in its prime. And they're trying to come out with more IPs. They're trying new things. They're trying, old things. They're trying to blaze some old trails. Like when they tried to use Shadow Arena. When they tried to jump on the Battle Royale craze with Shadow Arena, they definitely showed their inexperience in the gaming market. But, they're trying to become more than just a Black Desert company. They're trying to secure their future as a gaming company for decades to come. And the only way for them to do that is to have more IPs. So to get mad at them for taking revenue away from their one product that is generating a good amount of revenue, and be mad at them for that is just silly. It's selfish. I think Doki V could be I think Doki V has the potential to be their biggest earner. If it ends up being, because there's no doubt that new engine looks fantastic. We all know how, like with the Black Desert engine, we know how good it feels to play our characters on this engine. I can say, because I played on the Black Space engine, that's their new engine for Crimson Desert, that your character, the way you interact with your character feels really good on that too. It definitely feels different than BDO, but it feels good. And there's no doubt that they can make the way you interface with the environment feel good. They are really good at that. So if we end up seeing like a Doki V, if we end up seeing Doki V almost be like a Korean style Pokemon game with like that same way you interface with the environment, I think it could be massive. But obviously that's going to depend on a lot of other variables, some of which are completely out of their control as well, like what kind of competition's in the market at the time as well. For example, Crimson Desert, we don't know how good or bad it is, but let's say it's amazing. It might not win Game of the Year because GTA 7's supposed to come out next year, right? And GTA 7's going to be a hard game to compete against. So if Crimson Desert doesn't win Game of the Year, that doesn't mean that it's a bad game. It just had some real crazy competition that year. Or GTA 6, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. There's so many GTAs. 7 before 6, my bad. I think Crimson Desert is going to be a lot of fun, though. I hope it exceeds my expectations. I have a habit of having low expectations for things, because managing disappointment is all about managing the expectations. But from what I've felt and from what I've seen, I'm excited to play Crimson Desert. Back to another analogy of being upset about BDO, Pearl Abyss, for taking BDO's money and investing it in Crimson Desert. What if we try to isolate that down even a little bit more refined within the context of BDO specifically? Imagine if all there was in this game, despite having an amazing combat system, imagine if all there was in this game was doing circles and getting your gear up. And anytime anybody said, hey, we would like to do some PvP, can you add some arenas? Imagine Pearl Abyss said, nope, we don't want to diversify. We're just going to keep focusing on your PvE grind circles. We don't want to take resources away from the grind. We only want you guys to do that. We're not going to add Solaire. We're not going to add Guild League. We're not going to do Node War. We're not going to do Siege. We just want to put 100% of our attention on you doing your circles. Yeah, and that's perfectly reasonable, right? It's important to feel out the whole market. But I think it's also important to not water down the product. Think, for example, think of how many times people have come to BDO and they want systems in BDO to be changed to be more like WoW. Like, think of the people who have come to BDO and said, you know what? I don't like having to hit Shift F, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, F, all these key combinations like a fighting game. I just want to hit 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, sure, they can do that. And you know what? That might appeal to a larger player base. But now, why would people come to BDO when they could just play other games that are more established that already have that? You end up just watering down the product and making it too much like other products that it loses its niche, right? So I think it's important to listen to the overall community, the overall, all of your consumers and all your potential consumers. But I also think it's important not to immediately jump on popular opinions. Like removing mouse move in PvP, hey, that was a net positive for the game. I would have much preferred them to fix it so it didn't cause as much desync as it did. But that was clearly impossible. They've spent years working on it. They planned on removing it like over 5 years ago. They decided to keep it in. I think it's more important to make sure everybody has a consistent and reliable play experience than having a little bit more skill expression that causes a bunch of desync. Because think about that for a second. You might be able, like, you might want to make the argument, and this is partially true, that, hey, using click to move on Awakened Zerker allowed me to get a lot more catches and required a lot more effort, which at face value is true, right? But how much of those additional catches were you getting were because you were actually being skillful, or were because the person you were fighting couldn't see what you were actually doing because the game was unable to properly communicate it to the other client? I think the reality is both are true. It made Awakened Zerk to be playable. True. I mean, Awakened Zerk is in a bad spot right now. But is it worth doing that at the expense of every other player in the game? I'd say that's very selfish to think that that needs to stay in the game at the expense of everyone else. Ideally, it would have been nice if they could fix it and we could keep it in the game, because I liked using click to move on some abilities too. But at the expense of everyone else, at the expense of the experience of the game, it feeling less buggy, it's a net positive. It doesn't matter how many there are. That makes it even more selfish. That makes it even more selfish of a request. But there's no doubt Awakened Zerk needs some compensation. I don't know if anybody would make the argument that they don't. I know a lot of people have a hard time feeling bad for Awakened Zerk, though, because Awakened Zerk was so god tier for so long. So it's hard to get people to jump on the wagon with you to advocate for Zerker buffs. But Awakened Zerk definitely needs some love right now. Well, there is no such thing as fixing desync. Desync is largely a problem because of the connection difference between players. The communication time between player A and the server and player B and the server. And the only way to ultimately completely remove desync is to have us all basically playing on a LAN, which obviously isn't going to happen. If one of you guys figure out a way to figure out faster than light communication, then you can solve desync. But as far as we're aware, physics won't allow that. So this is just the reality of having a game accessible to such a large region. And that's why desync is significantly less of an issue on Korea, because they're playing in a area that's smaller than California, in a community, in a country, who on average have better internet infrastructure than North America, right? In North America, for example, you have some people who are living super rural who might be playing on satellite internet because that's the only type of internet they might be able to get at their location. And then you have other people who are living next to the server, right? Seawind thinks Awakened Drac needs buffs. Thoughts? I think Awakened Drac could use a little bit of love. I think it could be a class that could become really overpowered quickly. I don't play Awakened Drac, so I don't know what the appropriate buffs would be to that class. But it could probably use a little bit of love. For any Drac enjoyers in chat who want to play Suck Drac again, how impactful do you think that the Ion generation changes are going to be for Suck Drac? Because I know that's one of the biggest hurdles for Suck Drac, is it's just so miserable generating ions. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, on Global Lab this week, they buffed a variety of classes. Suck Drac being one of them. They added, like, what, 2-3 more abilities that can generate ions?
Yeah, fuck desync, let's go play Where Winds Meet My Butthole. Surely, that game isn't littered with desync.
God, I hate this guy. Yeah. Here we are having a nice, actual, interesting conversation, and fucking Dragor's like, nah, this is a little too highbrow for me. We need to make it about farts again. Fucking Dragor. You missed the microwave? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I still have it. It's just disabled. And the old THX too. Oh my god. Maybe I should bring those back. No. Stuck Drac doesn't have insane DPS, it has insane burst, right?
It's not like a classic Awakened Sage where it's like damage, 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 damage. It's like nothing, nothing, nothing. Nothing, 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 nothing. And big bursts like that is scary, right? Because you think you're good, you're at 40% health, you're like, I think I can get out of here. And then all of a sudden you take that fucking Brimbolt strike or whatever it's called to the back. God damn. All of a sudden you're laying there
on the floor questioning your decision to be such a greedy bitch with your V. Bursts like that is super dangerous because it really depends on what's being delivered or when it's being delivered. Oh, that should come to no surprise. Awakened Wizard's always been a super bursty class. Picking the extremes and thinking that because another class maybe isn't quite where they're at, and therefore they're not a bursty class, is completely obnoxious. Awakened Wizard has always been a super bursty class too. That doesn't mean Suck Drac isn't bursty. That's such a silly argument to make. It's definitely been power crept a bit. It's not like when it was first released, for sure. You know, a lot of other classes have got buffs over the last, what has it been, 2 years, and they haven't. Or at least not much. But that doesn't make it not a bursty class. The thing about slower classes like that too, especially in an environment like AOS or 1v1, is when you have a slower class like Awakened Guardian or Suck Drac, and once you become well versed with when the damage is coming out and what to look for, it becomes easy to avoid that damage. So it becomes hard for them to connect that burst, right? You see a Guardian pull that axe backwards. As soon as it starts coming forward, you know, iframe, right? Where more faster classes, you know, it's hard to avoid every single hit. But when you do, like if you're not paying attention and you let that Guardian catch a Dragon Maw into your back, like you're gonna feel that. That shit's scary when you're not paying attention. All of a sudden you see half your health disappear in one ability because you let that Guardian Dragon Maw you in the ass. Thick thighs and lies. Oh my god. I hope Savior is as thick as Guardian. I pray for it. I want her to stick my head between her legs and squish it like a watermelon.
I got you, Zeth.
I'm locked in for my Savior. I already have 2 outfits locked and loaded for her. I have, which this probably won't be available for a long time, but the Griffith outfit. I have the Angelian outfit, and I have the Solaire Knight outfit, all ready for my Savior. I am ready. She's gonna be dripped out. Even if it's slower than Guardian? Well, I don't know what it's going to be. I mean, what it ends up being is a completely different story. No, you won't be able to open up the Griffin one for sure. We'll have to wait for them to bring the Berserk event back, and that whenever they do that, that's when they add new classes to those outfit boxes. But for Angelion, which I think is that wasn't an event outfit, was it? If it's a normal outfit that's available all the time, then it should become available to her. But if it was just a Halloween outfit, then maybe not. I want her to have a combination of attacks. I want her to have fast attacks like Warrior, some really big impactful attacks like Suckdrak. I want her to have some support like Awaken Velk. I want her mobility to like some wings to fly out of her back and she's like flapping through the air, kind of like a Drac. Oh, hell yeah. I don't care if she's flavor of the month. She's going to be my flavor of the month. You want 2025 Velk? Whether you call it 2025 Velk, 2025 Warrior, 2025 Drac, all I say is all of the above. All of the fucking above. And guess what? Guess what? You don't have to worry about balance if everybody's playing it. Because if everybody's playing it, then the game is perfectly balanced. Yo. Yo, Fallen, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, brother. Most offensive release was Mystic. Not the most offensive. That depends on what class you were playing at the time, but Mystic was definitely up there. Awaken DK. The top three is probably, not necessarily in this order though. Awaken DK, Suck Megu, and Mystic. Those are probably the top three of like, what the fuck did they do to our game for that long? And then an honorable mention is probably Suck Wizard. Even though it wasn't a new release. Suck Sage was short-lived. Mystic, when did that happen? This was way back in the day. When Mystic was first released. Not when it was first released, it was, it got overbuffed. As PA occasionally does. 2017, maybe 2018. I can't remember the exact time. It was a long time ago. The thing about Awakened Mystic back then is you could be like a... nobody was this gear score, but I'm going to just make up like arbitrary gear score to articulate a point. Let's imagine you were a DK with 700 gear score. Well, a 620 gear score Awakened Mystic could come and push you out of your spot because you just couldn't do any damage to it. It was so obnoxiously strong against magic classes. Oblivion? No. No, she was a strong class for a long time. You gotta remember, the player base has this weird Ricky Bobby mentality where if their class isn't first, they treat it like it's last. Awakened Mystic definitely had a rough period of time where it was pretty rough in PvP because it lacked damage, but it still had like good support and shit like that. But people don't want to play, in a lot of cases, people don't want to play a very meh class. So they'll treat it like it's the worst thing ever. Did you notice the classes they mentioned in Global Labs all have vacs? I did not put that together. 1 second, wait a minute. Da-da-da-da, I'm opening it back up. Okay, classes, da-da-da-da. Classes such as Mystic, Nova, Valkyrie, and Sork. Does Sork have a... I guess they have a black hole. I guess technically that's a vacuum. But you're right, the rest of them. Vages? Mystic, Nova, Valk, Sork. Oh, you're right there. What crystal set would you take in a GVG? I always like going full blast. All gas, no brakes, as a Sage. Man, are they gonna nerf vacuums? I wonder. Watch them buff them. Ah, shit. You think it's getting replaced? Maybe. Maybe they're going to replace... What would they replace vacuums with? That's an interesting theory, though. I never realized it. The Sork, like I said, Sork is a bit of a stretch, because the only vacuum I can think of that they have is Black Hole, which is their 100, but those other ones, Velk, Nova, and Mystic, like, they are definitely the most aggressive vacuums in the game. An AoE root, yeah. Are there any other vacuums in the game? There is. There's Suck Sage, or Sage in general. Our, where is it? Isn't it up there, or is it down here? Oh, Illusion Compression. Corsair too, yeah, it has a vacuum. Awaken Sage never uses that vacuum because it's super risky for us, but Suck Sage, that vacuum can be super useful. Make the suction unprotected. Well, that doesn't really matter much for Velk or Nova, because they just set it and forget it, right? The only thing that would matter for is Mystic. And at that point, you might as well remove it. If you make their vacuum unprotected, they'll never throw it. At that point, you might as well just delete the ability. I completely forgot Corsair was a class. Shit. You don't see many of them, though, do you? Just change the suck into pushing people away? You know what? That would be a lot more interesting. Catastrophe. Because instead of it being used offensively, you would use it more defensively, right? Like if somebody was all of a sudden trying to attack your homie who got CC'd, the Mystic could jump in and push people off their homie. Which I think people wouldn't feel nearly as frustrated about then, right? That's interesting. The thing is, though, there's so many range classes that would only really hurt melee classes. Like as an Awakening Sage, unless that vacuum is massive, I wouldn't care, because I can drop a lot of my damage from outside of that range. The push, though, I think it definitely makes a much more interesting dynamic to the vacuum. Imagine if you could still mouse move, and you could use the vacuum to push. So you just drop that shit and you just push somebody way away with your mouse? Yo, that would have been kind of sick. Push people in the rocks? Oh, that might be a problem. Yeah, you see somebody in certain spots. Well, I mean, you could do that with the vacuum now. Depending on the location, like if you're fighting on stairs and you get vacuumed, that's a high likelihood that you're going to get sucked through the map. But yeah, imagine pushing people into a rock. Oh my god, you know that would totally happen.
You know what I'd do? Is I'd find a wingman. I'd find some mystic to follow me around, and we'd go find Guardians open world, and I'd get them to use the push and push the Guardians straight into my arms.
I personally don't have much of an issue with Nova, and this might be just a Sage take. I understand if that's the case, but like Nova and Velk Vacuum don't feel nearly as egregious to me as Mystic. For me, the Mystic Vacuum is primarily a problem because of such a short cooldown it is. There's basically no reason for them not to be just using that shit every time it's available. At least against some classes. What's the cooldown on it anyways? Like 10 seconds probably? And then when you factor in the duration of it, it's like what, a 2, maybe 3 second duration? I swear it feels like they are doing like they dash at you, they throw the vacuum runs out, they do a couple more dashes at you, they throw a torpedo, they do that jump through the air, they do that thing where they blink through the air, and then they're hitting you with another vacuum, and it feels like they're just non-stop doing that shit. And then every time you're stuck in that vacuum, it's like 3 seconds of you trying to spam protected movement and chewing up half your stamina bar in the process. At least for me, I can rift chain out of it, but for classes with SA movement, man. Yeah. As much as I'm not into party content, I do hope that they add something. I hope they add party content that doesn't feel mandatory. But I do hope that it, you know, it feels optional. Because there's a lot of people who do want to play with their games. Not play with their games. Play games with their friends. You keep saying scalable decade content. You've never said it once. Not a single time. Man! It's so fun to do that to people. Whenever anybody's like, that's what I've been saying that for so long. And you just turn to them and say, I haven't heard you say it once. Oh, just watching that switch flick in their head. I love it. Oh my god, it's so satisfying. It's like the easiest rage bait ever. Elm or chestnut? I wonder if I could climb underneath. Maybe there's a label or something. Maybe there's a stamp underneath or something. Who knows? There's definitely not? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Maybe if I take a picture from underneath, there might be, like, no finish on the underside. What I want to know is why are they called nunchucks? I've never seen a single nun using them. Maybe that could be the next class, a nun class, and they use chucks. I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, I'm back. There you go, though. I sent you those 2 pictures, Cabell. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. That's a decent table. Just scuffed up enough at the top that it's like hard to make it look clean. So, like I said, I either need to refinish the top and do it in a way that doesn't ruin the table, or just replace it. I don't have one, but I can get one, for sure. It's just, if it comes to sanding it down, it's starting to get into the realm of potentially too much effort. If I have to strip it down, then sand it down, and then be careful I don't fuck any of the contours up with the sanding process, and then put in all the effort to restaining it, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I would rather just get rid of the table at that point. What is wrong with you guys? Maybe put it this way. If it's something I can get done in, like, let's say 2 hours, like 1 hour stripping it down and preparing the surface, and then another hour like recoating it and waiting for it to dry, maybe doing like 2 coats or whatever, I'm totally about it. But anything longer than 2 hours, I've now lost interest. not how much I could grind in that 2 hours. I don't care about that. I mean, my stream time is going to be my stream time. If I'm going to be doing something like that, it's going to be coming out of other time where I could be doing things with my family, and I don't want to be doing that. Fuck that. Like I said, at that point, I'd rather just go down to IKEA and buy a new table. You think I care about how much silver I'm making, though? I grind because I enjoy grinding. I am not worried about the silver. I'm not worried about ever falling behind in silver. I could stop playing today and I have more than enough money to get my deck alchemy stone and my deck armors. And have some left over. Assuming the alchemy stone's within the context of sovereign weapons, in terms of cost. That's what they originally said. I mean, we won't know for sure until we get it, but when they released Dawnio 1, that's what they said. Yeah. Like I said, I don't really want to do all that, Cavell. That sounds like exactly what I originally thought it was going to be in terms of effort. My time left on this planet is limited, and I don't want to spend 3 hours fixing a table that I'm not even that crazy about. You know what I mean? Well, like I said, I'll just give him the table back, right? It was originally his mother's table, because when my wife's grandmother passed away, it was her table. So we offered to take it, because, you know, nobody else seemed to want it, and we needed a new table at the time. Our old table was shit, the one before this one. But I wouldn't be surprised if we offered it up to him if he took it. And then we just buy a new table. Like I said, I just don't want to fuck with that. And I really don't want him to do the work and then give it back to us, and then we have to listen to him pissing and moaning about how we take care of it. Like I said, life's too short to be fucking worrying about a table. Yeah, I mean, that's an option, but we don't want to cover it with a tablecloth. But that is an option. At that point, what's even the purpose of having, like, a nice wood table if you're just going to put a tablecloth over it? At that point, it just seems completely redundant. I'd rather give it to somebody who's willing to put in the effort and take advantage of a nice real wooden table, right? And that's why I want to give it away. We don't want to put in the effort that is required to give this table the appreciation it deserves. So that's why I think it would be better just to give it to her father if he's willing to. Because it would have been his childhood table, right? Because it was his mother's table. Maybe he'd want it. I know his table at his house isn't really fantastic, so he might be more than willing to take it. I honestly can't remember why he didn't take it to begin with. Let's see. Did I not save that? The hell? Oh, I guess that didn't work either. Yeah, the top itself would be super easy. It would be around the edges. And another thing is too, right, with the table, the chairs match the table, so if the stain was different, now I'd feel obligated to restain the chairs too. And the chairs have much more intricate contours on them too, so it's like, just the whole process now is like, ugh. I'm exhausted thinking about it. Yeah, in the first picture I sent you, you can see on the left side of the table there, where it's starting to get worn off down to the actual wood. I feel like if I did the top too, and then it ended up being different, and then I'd want to do the legs, and the legs are all curved and shit. Just, yeah, I don't know. I think we'll just probably talk to her dad at Christmas time and be like, hey, you want to take this table? We're kind of over it. We'll give it one last Christmas ride, you know? Nice, winner. They're pretty good, Soul. How you doing? What's up, Cub? No, nothing yet. There was a little video out, but just showed the weapon. Nothing really fantastic, though. Yeah, all the time. You should see the look on my wife's face when I'm randomly doing it during our nighttime activities. Flashbang? No. Start barking. Meow. What do you want? What do you look at me like that for? They were whining. Why? Oh. They must not have heard me down here. I can let them in, kiddo. At least 1% harder. I don't know. We'll get a new class. He'll talk about some stuff. I go into it with little expectations. Yeah. People are worried about what's about to happen, right? People are waiting to buy, and some people are panic selling, trying to make a buck. Yeah, I'll be right back, chat. I need to go grab a glass of water. Let's see how this XP is rolling. Are we at 98? Ooh, we are 98.1. Oh, we are so close. Shut up, Minzy. Jesus. Only drop you're gonna see here is me drop kicking your ass. Ooh. Horse buff. What are you all up to right now, anyways? Sorry, I'm not too talkative today. My head's feeling weird. Keep getting these, like, I don't know, every now and then I feel a little dizzy. Fresh air hydration? Yeah, that's why I got up and I got a glass of water. No, I'm not much of a League player. Buying out pork on EU, oh my goodness. What's so special about pork? Oh shit! I'm trying to do too much. Oh, it's nighttime right now too, isn't it? Like 10 more minutes. Fuck. Oh shit. I feel like I've been lucky. My last few deaths I haven't lost shit. Thank goodness for these death penalty reduction pets. Made a good amount of silver today. We've done like 30 bill today between all the demos we've sold, and we got that Herald. Got like a 30 bill day. And we'll definitely hit level 66 on our warrior on Monday. And then I'll take my Wukong, get him to at least 65. No, I'm not playing it. I take it. I take it so I can collect XP from while I play my Sage, you know? But I have no interest in playing it. Yeah, the sword looks pretty sick. That's a nice, thick sword. Nostalgic? What are you talking about? This song came out yesterday. Yeah, I'm surprised they let you leave the daycare to come visit us. She'll share greatsword with warrior? No, classes don't share awakened weapons. The only thing that sometimes gets shared is the offhand. But her offhand looks like it's like a little trinket or an ankh or something like that, right? It'd be the first time if they share offhand. Scepter? I don't even know if I would call it a scepter. Kind of small to be a scepter. Yeah, is the sword pommel detachable? How she loads the sword with holy power. She attaches a little ankh to the end of it. Like she loads that shit. Say hello to your Lord and Savior, motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah, it does look like what's on the very end of it there, though. That could still be the offhand, though. Still doesn't change anything, right? Even if she does attach it to the sword. About being a plug, yeah. The good old-fashioned butt plug. Yeah. I mean, it's not really that unique either. If you take a look at... what class is that? There's a fucking class where, like, the two swords come together. Why the fuck am I drawing such a blank right now? Is it Drac? Okay, I was gonna say. Drac has, like, a sword in a sword. So, not really anything new. Yeah, I think it's Suckdrack, right? Suckdrack has some smaller abilities where she's not swinging the big sword. She pulls like a little sword out of the big sword. The lance. What are you talking about, lance? Only class with the lance is Velk. We're not talking about Velk. Called the, isn't it called like the Treon or something on Drek? Something like that. I'm gonna look at my Drek because I'm curious. Of course, I don't have a fucking weapon for the Drek. Yeah, for Drek, you have the Slayer, which is your main hand. And then the offhand is the Shard. Yeah, and it's like a little sword that goes in the big sword, right? Isn't this the Drek one? Yeah, Drek, right there. So it's like practically the exact same concept. I started. Shut up. So when you have Sov or Blackstar, do you get both glows? Oh, that's a good question. I have no idea. But like, let's see. Maybe I'll just buy the, 1 second. Slayer. There it is. And then... Oh yeah, Treon is the Drak's awakened weapon. That wasn't the thing I was thinking of. That explains why I was thinking that with Drak, though. Am I suspect right now? Yeah, so like things like Skewer, I'm pretty sure use the Shard. No, maybe not. Trying to think, what ability uses that? R&B after Skewer. Because, like, if you take a look at the inside here, like, I think if you dye these... Do I have a skin? No. There's that. No, that's the awaken weapon. Main hand, awaken. Main hand. Like, if I dye these... Here, I'll do them very opposite colors, right? I'll do... here, maybe I'll do this purple. Purple. And purple. Right? But you see this part in the middle? This is the other thing. This is the shard. See? Now I'll do the shard red. Oh, it doesn't really show up very well through it. Red. And red, right? Can't really see very well. But it's basically the same concept as Suckdrack, right? Where the offhand is part of the main hand. So, it looks like they're doing a similar style with Savior. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about... So, Menzies here was like, oh, it's super cool how they're incorporating the offhand into the main hand. And I'm just explaining that this isn't the first time that they've done it. Menzies just lives under a rock. That was the voice I read in my head every time I read one of your messages. Mr. Zethian, did you know that... sorry, I got a little bit of saliva stuck in my braces. That's what I hear in my head every time I see you type.
Okay, I won't type then. Don't be a bitch. You can take it. I only give a hard time to people who I know can take it. Are you just telling me right now that you can't take it? Suckdrack is cool. Oh my god. Maybe if
it doesn't work out with Savior, maybe I'm a oh, look at the way that ass moves while she's running. Holy. See the Drac buffs? Yeah, they are making it a lot easier. It was one of my biggest complaints for Drac is getting its ions back. So giving it more ways to get its ions are a great thing. The 80% DR during the PA it's whatever. That's just during this, right? Which basically makes it invulnerable to damage. Still not invulnerable to grab. It'll still get fucking yoinked and slammed around and then killed. But at least against non-grab classes, it's something. Okay, there's refraction. Can't remember the abilities. Like, oh my god, some of these abilities are so cool. This. Oh. What is the wait, SLB? I'm missing the flow off that, I think. Oh yeah, that. Oh, that ability's cool too. And then Flourish, which was the Shift LMB. There's a Shift RB. Oh, there it is. And this is just an AoE, I believe, yeah. I think, was it back C to call the? No. Forward C? Back Q? No. Forward Q? Or was it just Q? No, Q's just block. I'm trying to remember the ability where she calls the dragon. No. You're thinking of a completely different ability. I'm not talking about that. Doing a fire attack in front is SE? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the cool one. That's way cooler than the Awakened one. And then the 100% was super cool too. If I remember correctly, you see the shadow of a dragon come over and then a bunch of fucking fire. That's a super cool one too. Maybe after I get my warrior to 66, maybe I do level up the suck drag. I always just hated how the ions were with this class. Okay, chat. I'm gonna head out. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you for hanging out. Let's see who we can find to hit you guys up. The little raid. Little raiderino. You know what? I'm gonna send you guys to Aramnita. She raided me the other day. I always like to give it back. Go say hi. She's a super, super nice streamer. One of my favorite in the category. Super chill, super nice person. Make sure you guys go say hi and be nice. Don't be freaking weird. I'm looking at you, Menzies. But thanks for hanging out. Good luck with your... I was going to say good luck with your AOSing, but AOS is closed. Good luck with your grinding. Good luck with your enhances.